So, right. Hit it. Okay. I mean, I do have ACC running, but it's not listing the server yet. Okay, now it's listing the server. Good. I didn't copy the server. I didn't copy the fucking password. Oh well, alright. I mean, I can manually switch the scene while we're at it, because... well, I haven't done that, so... we can do that. In a manual fashion. Okay. Connect. Well then, welcome to Zolder. So, load setup. Okay. The thing is, the interesting thing with this is, it's 90-minute race. No, 90-minute race. It's 2.5-hour race. If I can get my tires to my fuel to last an hour 15, then I can one-stop this race. So that is going to be somewhat of our goal. Now, right now there's only like 19 degrees track temperature. How large are the? There's not much ducting on these brake ducts. There's a lot of ducting. I mean, we can. Let's probably raise the tire pressures by a psi. I think they're 19 degrees track temperature. It's not particularly warm. We're fairly close to brake ducts. All of this should work. Jump off the jacks. Okay. Ignition. Starter. And we're rolling. Yep, everything should be fine. Okay. Problem is we don't have much time in terms of the setup. I thought I wanted to make some setup adjustments, and then I watched like an hour-long video while editing a livery for the. I wanted to edit the livery for what's the event called again? The car doesn't particularly like that curb. We're gonna need a lot of jumping over that one. On this outlap so far, the rear is a bit skittish. Definitely can brake later for that corner. Can get closer to that apex. This setup honestly feels very nice already. Has a lot of front end grip. Was a valid lap somehow. Yeah, I don't like how it takes the chicanes. Maybe need to move the brake pads a bit. Oh yeah, right, on that corner you can cut a lot. Woo! Okay, perhaps there's too much front end in this car because we're having trouble to get the pointing back out of corners sometimes. So So yeah, there's a lot of front end here. Not ideal. I mean, it's ideal in one place, but like, I'm gonna race this for 2.5 hours. This thing is a bit pointy, and that's not gonna be fun. 32, that's probably not that good. I say that and I look over there and I'm like second fastest guy. I don't think most people have put it in a lap. I think nobody has put in a lap so far. 1.5 seconds, yeah, nobody's put in a lap. That's... Although I was thinking of like needing... Yeah, this thing is on the front. I don't know what the car's doing really. Handling wise, it's... Okay. I have no clue how to take the chicane, for fuck's sakes. This is painful. Like, look at this. It's like I turn in for here and the rear end just immediately starts. As soon as we switch over to mid corner, the thing just... The rear end just doesn't want to stay put and starts spinning up. Now this car has tendencies to do step out the rear end on throttle is completely normal, but we're already like quite deep in the corner, so this is suboptimal. Yeah, and this lap's also been not quicker than the previous one. Also, how about my tire pressures? Oof! Yikes! No wonder I'm having issues with my rear end if my tires on the rear are like an entire PSI too high. How the fuck did that happen? I added on all tires an entire PSI. But for some reason, this setup inflates the rear tires much more. Still not quite sure how I'm supposed to take that chicane. Like, as soon as the left turn in, and I've seen you, but like, I will finish my thought. The left turn in for that first chicane just doesn't want to happen. And then, I think it's preferable to cut the second part. But the curb just gives so much bounce, which is odd because the boat is usually pretty good with curbs. Yeah, you just raced Zolder. You can tell me something about the lines I need to take. I decided to go with my venerable boat because it was like, well, do I want to perhaps try the Porsche? Do I want to perhaps try something else? Like, oh, the temperatures have gone up massively. We have 20 minutes right now. Okay. Also, I didn't check my fuel consumption. That's really important, fuel consumption. Because it's a 2.5 hour race. There's no stint timer, nothing like that. But we are going... which means we can just run this with a single stop. Which is my idea of this. Except I have a bad feeling about this not working. Alright, we're 31 track, 24 air. Yeah, I think, do I want to open the brake ducts even more? We had problems with my... okay. Thank you. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, the problem I have is like actually getting to the first apex. The car's for some reason understeering there. Maybe need to look at the brake bias for that corner. Also, I think in general my steering rack is a bit quick. Taking care of that. How much do I want to drop my tire pressures for the increase? Like 0.4, I think. I've done already corrections on the... So we're gonna do... I know it's qualifying, but track is fast anyway right now, so there's no point really in setting good times. I'm just gonna drive out and see what the car can do. Maybe just see if I can get a bit rid of it being a bit front end, being a bit too much front end. Wait, my tires at 1 again. Well, I mean, I didn't change the tire set that I'm on, so I guess it gave me tire set 2 for my first run. It's fine. Oh, actually, it is tires. Oh yeah, right, the bug with tire sets in ACC. I forgot that part. And I forgot that I'm just messed with some. Oh, is that guy on a fast lap? A Porsche. Let's let you go. But the bug with ACC where if you are driving when a session ends, that tire gets reset. So if because I was the last car the game was waiting for to cross start finish, and as soon as I cross start finish, it switched over to qualifying. That caused that tire set to get reset. In general, you can reset the tire sets by just leaving and entering the server again. That does it with all of them. But because we don't have anyway limited tires, it's not like I'm cheating anything. It's not like I did intentionally either. I mean, I would have liked perhaps to have those tire set values. I think I'm making a mistake by following the Porsche closely, but we're just testing the car out anyway. I'm on full fuel. I may need to open the document of like what fuel maps are what with the boat. So I can perhaps select the lower fuel map to save a bit of fuel. Yep, I know that you can go stupidly far. You just need to keep 2 wheels on the curb there. Yeah, still not far enough on the inside now. But yeah, you can cut the second part there stupidly. I'm aware of that part. It's just that it's probably deceptive looking for me because I'm driving right-hand car, so I can go even further than what is normal. It's a bit silly how much you can cut there. Right, I should probably give that Porsche a bit of breathing room. But I have a fast plan in mind. And after all, we're just shaking down the setup. Okay. But yeah, I should probably at some point start actually qualifying. I mean, despite having lifted off and running full fuel load, we're not going particularly... Whoa! Jesus! ACC and its curb physics are sometimes something to behold. Like, holy fucking shit, that is... silly. But yeah, even with reduced tire pressure, we still have quite a bit of wheel spin here. In a lot of places where I don't like it. So... rest in peace front suspension, because boom! Granted, that's harmless against what I I drove an R because I had RF2, I think last. Yeah, it's a week ago I think when I did that. I had it open for some reason, and I decided to load up the from Grid the San Francisco track because there's a port of it for R-Factor 2. There's probably also one for AC. But I have a port for R-Factor 2 installed, and that was I drove that track with the new IndyCar, the IR18. And when you drive up the San Francisco steps, it's like every time you just get all four wheels for like a solid second off the ground. Oh, how much softer that entry curve is. It's still like that wasn't ideal in terms of the line through there. And yeah, just flying up the steps, and somehow this car did not suffer suspension damage from that. Which I was impressed by, till it, going down the steps on the flying lap, decided that no, and just fly off into the scenery. It just landed, because of the stiff suspension, it just bounced me into a wall and just ripped everything off the car. Right, I should probably actually take the fuel out and do some quality laps. Although this lap is pretty good. But nah. We're sitting in the back. Oh yeah, in AC your car wouldn't be totaled. In AC you would just fall through the floor. Oh, also, I mean, yeah, also your car would be totaled if you torn the damage off. Oh, there's somebody in the 29s, Jesus Christ. But yeah, in AC you just get, the physics bugs out and then your wheel gets inverted. Which is just a bit unfortunate with that game. Such a nice game, and then suddenly like something like the physics are just slightly wonky at times. Right, okay, do I have anything else on offer for the setup wise? Perhaps we're just gonna qualify on this. I think honestly we're just gonna qualify on this. Shouldn't be much of an issue. I've driven the I've driven those like track mods for I've driven the like Need for Speed map, the Underground 2 and the Most Wanted map, and the jumps in that one, if you drive them too fast, the ground collision will just not work correctly, and you at minimum get like the rear end or the front end of the car to bug through the floor. And then you often don't completely fall through the floor, but you just go through the floor and then go back out of it. And then you get flung out of it because it figures out that you aren't supposed to be there. And that then completely totals your suspension. Or you just get stuck halfway in the floor. Yes. I think this event can't even be done with multiple people. Everyone is soloing. So yes, this is a 2.5 hour Solo-Endu. I did one, I think a month ago, with this guys. At Kyalami, completely in the wet. That was very successful, although I lost the race win by the skin of my teeth. I'm still sad about that. I don't think I will be fighting for wins here today. Because Kyalami was very much because everyone fucking died. And me and some Porsche drivers were the only ones who, like... And Porsche drivers died a lot of times before he got his shit together, then just absolutely schooled me. Ah, that was a terrible run for the chicane. Hit the second turb. Bounced me. That was also not the best run. Ooh, there's a Porsche. And I nearly took the trajectory through the Porsche. Ah, this lap is so scruffy. And I guarantee this is gonna be my fastest time. Hopefully not, but like... this kind of at times happens. I have a super scruffy lap and I just cannot improve afterwards on it. Although my first few corners were actually pretty good. Oh. That is so weird. What the fuck are you doing? Right, there's another 210s in there. I guess even more. Oh no! Yeah, that was a terrible chicane run. Somewhere I fuck up on a lap and turn it from a solid time into a pretty average one. It's 4 minutes still on the clock. I have a lot of fuel in the tank. Maybe I stay third there, especially in the race, just for a bit of fuel saving. Still, I don't think I'm quite taking that chicane right. Ah, that was a bit too much of the good. That's the limit. And there's a bit more in there, and I just need half a tenth to get another position. So, completely within reach. Also, I can fairly quickly actually get at 28, so that will be kind of cool. Oh, that was probably not a good run for there. A bit sideways on entry, but that was okay. Within parameters. Still, I feel like I'm overslowing for that chicane. Missed apex there. Yeah, the funniest thing, I'm so close to provisional pause, 6/100ths of a second. And I threw this lap away. This was my last attempt. Oh, this was good. This was good. I'm very happy. Very solid run there. A very solid run. The boat is really nice. Right. Okay. Well, you didn't ask me. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of doing the May 2-hour race in RCI. But I can't do the start there, and I don't have a second driver. And I have to also. There's a few Neuro races which I mean, there aren't that many actually going on. I'm looking at a few events upcoming. I may need to shoot you the M and stuff. Definitely need to. But next week will be next week will obviously be the 4 hours on Friday, and then Saturday will be 24 hours of Daytona. Again, this time in P1 Gaming, driving an LMP3 car. Do I want to change anything else on the sets? No, I don't think I will. I think this is good enough. Honestly, that's the same setup that I loaded. The only thing I changed was actually opening the rear brake duct. Right, okay. Nothing changed. Right. Okay, we have 2 minutes on the grid. Temperatures are the same as in qualifying, although we're heading now into the race at... Oh, there's a time multiplier of 2x. Yeah, that's important to know. Do I want to close the brake ducts up because of that? To get tire temps. I don't think so. I will. I think I will just leave it at that. I didn't check how hot my tires in general are going. I need to technically do some math. Also, which is calculating if my idea of like running the entire race on one fuel tank is like anything remotely feasible. Also, I wanted to check the... I have a few things. They have only a minute. ACC stuff, ACC color maps. Okay, Bentley 2018. Map 1 is the fastest, map 2 is a bit slower, normal fuel consumption with an aggressive throttle, progressive throttle on 3. Okay. So for fuel saving, just turn down to 2 or 3. Good. For brief math, how many laps does me actually get?
30 seconds.
There's 50 laps roughly, and 50 laps is about 75 minutes. That's close. That is really damn close. So, I mean, that is actually close. Not gonna lie. 75. It's precisely 75 minutes if I get to. I should be getting 50 laps out of the fuel tank. The boat, I think, is not actually that bad on fuel economy. I know of someone who, in a, what was it? It was a 2.4 hour enduro, I think, at Donington with a 40-minute stint timer. And I noticed someone who drove this race in a McLaren, who had the strategy figured out. I didn't have it figured out. And they drove with... they only took fuel in the middle stop. They needed to stop. Everyone needed to stop 3 times because of the race length. They stopped. They only stopped really in the middle stop. They did drive-throughs in the other 2. In the middle stop, they took all the fuel, but they had to do fuel saving actually. And I'm pretty sure I actually would have not needed to do fuel saving in that race. In comparison to them, I don't think I would have needed to do fuel saving. Actually, thinking about it, I need to fuel save on this pace lap right now. I don't have the fuel technically for the pace lap, so I need to technically savor it, and I've already burned a liter, so that's not good. I need to obviously get my stuff up to temperature. It's gonna be interesting to see if I can make the fuel numbers and stuff work. Maybe I still just run mix 1 and just lift and coast, because I'm pretty good at that. If fuel numbers need to be met, I'm the man, usually. Go. The problem is that I'm not putting any heat into my brake discs. I'm not warming my tires up either, which that's the bigger problem. I'm kind of... Okay, fuel mix back to 1. Yes, things are fine. We're just gonna stay a bit more off the brakes. Actually, I need to move the brake bias back. Because otherwise we'll have a very rude awakening in a second. Okay, that's good enough for brake bias. Okay. Porsche got a really good jump there.
Car on the left.
But the NSX is really careful right now.
Clear on the left.
I should probably be that as well. Considering how much oversteer I just had.
Clear on the left.
Because I was paying too much attention to the rearview mirror instead of my throttle foot. ate a bit too much curb there. Well, I was able to shake him on the first half of the first lap. He is now back on me. And I'm definitely missing corners here. And this track isn't too easy to pass on, so... Also, I calculated with 1.5 minutes per lap. I'm nearly below that. I'm pretty sure at the end of this lap I'm gonna go sub 130. Which means I probably need to add another lap easily on top of that. And that's not gonna be particularly easy. But I do have my fuel computer, so that is neat. Is there someone in front of me that is lapped down? No. My eyes were deceiving me. I see. He's really fast apparently in the last sector, but I'm apparently carrying more speed through the first sector. Although most overtaking spots are on this track in the first sector, in this last sector, so. And yeah, he is capable of actually following me through here. What are these ding-dings from my computer? Is it my stream cutting out? Oh! Because I mean my connection otherwise seems to be fine. Oh, come on! Despite him having to check up hard on me. And then I blow the corner. Ah, fuck! That is so sloppy in such a beginner errors. It's like I just continually fuck up slightly and then throw the car. Then who knows what's... my computer's complaining about. Pain picker. Also, it's shitty that the game decided to give me a cut track for that. Even though I was off throttle and let him go. Clearly lost a lot of time there. I lost my advantageous position for my... It's not that I'm out of the race, but like being in front is definitely advantageous for my strategy. I can still win this in case he's like doing 2-stop. He has no chance getting back if he does that. And I'm relatively close. I mean, relative means like a minute behind. Is that relative? That completely. Come on. Oh, that was a bit closing speed there. I mean, the beamer behind is not particularly that far behind. Yeah, he's carrying good speed. Well, this lap he actually put a little move on. But he didn't go that much quicker than me. He only gained like 2/10, which is nothing, in all honesty. We're relatively tight to get on pace. I'm just not consistent in comparison to him. I'm really not driving consistently. I have to definitely admit to that. I'm making constant minor errors. Car's kinda encouraging that as well. But I think I cannot levy all of it to the car in the setup. Okay, that's a bit much. Fuck, this is not good. We're not even an hour in and we have already 2 track cuts collected. Because I just slightly get too eager with my lines through there. I need to calm this shit down. Quick. So at that rate I'm gonna serve multiple driver penalties. And that's just not gonna work. I mean, it's probably gonna make my strategy easier to do, because, well, when you're pitting all the time, then you're not burning as much fuel. and you're not going places. If you serve enough drive-through penalties, you lose enough laps, so you don't need to refuel again. Crying road jacket funk. Hello, car. Would you kindly be allowed to exit the corner? Hello! Jesus, at times this thing really just wants to kick. Let's try one click more TC. I'm not sure it will gonna help much. Hello! Would you kindly make the corner, please? Whoa! That was close from him. At least I'm not the only human here. At least I'm not the only human. Although he ran all the gap that he lost back out immediately. Oh yeah, he's probably a really good driver. He hasn't practiced much, probably similar to me, and he's now running in on this course. He just needs a few laps to get up to speed. Now schooling me and everyone else how to do it. I remember, like, half a year ago, I think I took the MUQU to this track. And I think I was not able to go sub... I saw it in the rotation for, like, competition, so I decided to, like, go on the competitive server. Official ACC competition server. And just drive that race, right? I didn't actually finish that race due to having fucked up my fuel numbers. But I wanted to practice the MUQU that my teammate had chosen just then. And it just couldn't get it to work. I mean, the car was fine, I guess, handling wise. It was about as well handling as this. Although not the same characteristics. But yeah, I mean, I was lapping, I think 31s at the lowest. I was, I think, yeah, that was prior to 1.8. The MUQU Evo. And people were like multiple seconds up the road, and I wasn't particularly much interested after realizing that I would run out of fuel anyway, and that there were like only like about as many people in that race as in this one. And in this one it's a bit more understandable because it's like 2.5 fucking hours. You must be mental to do this. But I really like that. Once a month, an off season, a non-championship, a fun race that's 2.5 hours. Kinda neat format. Be nice if we had more than like 20 people attending, but to each their own. People just can't do this. And people are built differently. Whoa, I did not think that curb actually can bounce me. And then the second curb didn't. It was interesting. Well, we temperature-wise right now. We've dropped already to 29 track. 23 air. Alright, that must be sloppy. Yeah, my fuel calculator is predicting I need to add 120.3 liters. So literally about a lap is gonna decide me getting to the finish or not. This car can hold 120 liters at least on this track. I think in general around 120. A few cars can hold more. When at Spa and Paul Ricard, you're restricted on fuel oftentimes. Well, on most other tracks you get on all cars basically full fuel tanks. And yeah, now he's bolting, it seems. My car's I'm starting to drop off, and he's just doing fine. Oh god! Fuck you!
Box, we have to repair the car.
Oh. I come over the crest and the guy's just driving across. Oh, come the fuck on. Oh. That's a pain Pecco moment if I've seen everyone. Oh, sorry, second place, like, go screw yourself, in all honesty. That is the politest thing I can say about that. There's nothing more polite than that can be expressed at this point. A minute 18 of with repairs, that's not too bad in all honesty. But we have obviously lost a lot of time. A bit too far backwards. Pump it up already, you guys need to work for a while. Ah, that is just... What the fuck was that guy thinking, for fuck's sake? I mean, in all honesty, I think I also would have not really escaped him. If he was just stationary. But him moving definitely just didn't make it any better. It's like, just pay attention to your fucking delta. You saw the leader, I guarantee, so you might just look on there and realize, oh wait, the fucking second place is 2 seconds behind that. It's like, perhaps not a great idea to immediately start driving after the leader. But yeah, I mean, it's a very stupid place to like, it's a very tricky place for like when you're stuck there. In terms of like spotting a car that is there. I had fucking no clue why. I thought it wasn't like... I would have to look at the replay in all honesty. I think he was at the side and then drove in the middle of the road when I just crested. But yeah, my race completely done for with an accident like that. Especially at this stage, because this means I need to pit twice. I need to pit a second time. The only advantage is I don't need to worry about fuel at this point anymore. I just can run. Because I've obviously topped off the car now. Gave myself fresh pneu oil and we're off to the races. But it's really painful. I mean, I'm a lap down to like everyone right now. We only had 13 cars, I think. Sad. Great, these guys are battling for position and I need to like... I don't want to sit behind them for the next 2 hours or so, so I'm just like, I kinda need to pass them, unfortunately. Oh great, yes. I wouldn't just get by you, both, please? Because you're multiple seconds down on me. So could we just arrange that? Just let me by, you get a chance on the Porsche.
Car on the left. Faster car behind you.
I had to cut there a lot. Luckily the game didn't give me cut track penalty because I was pretty sure he was not giving me the room on the left. And I don't want to get spun here. I'm former second place. Ooh, come on.
Clear on the right. Car on the left.
He had to lift a lot there because he drove into the grass.
Faster cars approaching.
So, you guys sort your shit out now. Finally gone.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
just moving over won't be...
On the right. Clear on the right.
You motherfucking idiot! I have not seen someone this fucking stupid. What is... Like, what the fuck was he thinking you doing? It just drives across my line complete. Like, he moves over to let me by, then realizes, oh wait, you're not like some rocket ship or something that has like 500 horsepower more. I'm not an LMP2 car, okay? I don't have. I'm about as much faster as like. Okay, that would be exaggeration, frankly, because an LMP2 car is about what 7% faster than a GT3 car. And something like Silverstone, an LMP2 will go, at least R factor 2 to R factor 2 is even with traffic about like 10-12 seconds faster per lap. Even with ACC, honestly. But 10 to 12 seconds per lap faster. You're about 3 seconds per lap slower than me, so... I think that's a charitable number in all honesty. I think you're actually slower than that. But you can't even just like... Just stop at that point! Like, you're not gonna figure this car out at this point anymore. You have fucked up your setup. You decided to drive a Porsche out of whatever the hell reason you decided to drive that when you're barely capable of driving anything in this game. Okay, that's... It's not nice to say, but I think that is accurate. You're not particularly an experienced driver. Like, I know, staying with it, being able to finish something is a good thing. I do it constantly. It's a bad trait at times because like I get really pissed off with things. I didn't retire because of the accident, for example. There's enough drivers that would just write off their car at that point and decide that their evening is done, which is totally fair, right? It's a good thing that you're continuing. You're not letting your mistakes get down on you, but man, you're slow. Man, you're not quite... You're probably gonna take someone out as well again with... Not with a rejoin. I hope you don't. I expect you don't do that same mistake again. But like, with your racecraft, it's just non-existent. That is just... That wasn't a larger wreck, it's just pure luck. Just... You can't... It's like... Okay, to get back to what I was saying with that move, it's like... You can't just move over and expect it to fly by you, except you screw up your exit too much. But like, your exit was good enough that I'm not just gonna fly by you. You're driving also a Porsche, which is good on exits of corners. It's like, that thing is unbeatable, is a pain in the ass to pass anyway already. So when you move over, then you have to lift off. And then you decide like, okay, you moved over, then you sort of started haphazardly moving back and squeezed me and then started braking. That's when the chaos started. I'm not accusing you of lifting off in front of me to let me by. Or maybe that actually also was the case. You might have slightly lifted off to try, earlier to try letting me by, but at that point it was already like you're squeezing me. Spatial awareness is lacking, your racecraft is probably also like lacking as well, and I know that the error of rejoins can happen all the time, can happen to the best of us. Just a reminder, look at the delta. You were in one of the worst spots that you can possibly be in on any circuit, frankly. And it is after that crest because it's just you're invisible. But man, you can do so much better. Also, I think he's just dropped 22 seconds behind. I think he spun or something as well. But yeah, if you... especially when you're like... already wrecked this guy. Like, I understand, well, like, that is usual moving over, but like, you should have probably pulled the brakes and went off the road in apology for me. After completely murdering me. You knew who I was. You knew which car you wrecked, so you should have known. And it's not like this purple Bentley is like abundantly present here. We have another boat in this race, but not another purple boat. This is the only purple boat. But yeah. Also just drive something that's easy to drive. I know there's interesting cars are interesting to drive from time to time. It's just get the fundamentals down of this game, then you can drive the interesting cars, okay? And still maybe not drive a Porsche for 2.5 hours. At Sand, it's not Sand, it's Zolder. Same thing. Track that has a lot of curbs that want to kill you. It's like, maybe not the greatest choice. Maybe pick, I don't know, an M4, an M6, a 720S. All of these significantly easier to drive. I know the Porsche can be very trust invoking when you, because it plants the rear end when you put the throttle down. It's not that difficult. The main difficulty with it is if you fuck up the setup slightly, you're done for. If you hit a curb wrong, you're done for. If you drive too hard into a corner slightly, you're done for. That's the Porsche. It will bite you really, really badly and break your arm if you screw something up, okay? You have absolutely no margin of error. It is an easy counter drive when you're within that margin of error. Okay, it's not, can be quite trust invoking and quite easy feeling, but like when you leave that realm, you just get screwed hard. And maybe that's something to consider. It's relatively unique to the Porsche. Or maybe you drive the boat, because the boat is also not particularly the hardest thing to drive. It has a lot of wheel spin. But that's... But, oh, well, this is very controllable on the wheel spin, so in case you want to learn something, it's perhaps a good car to learn on. Yeah, I should stop berating him at this point. I've been in certain communities being, you could say, blackmailed, in all honesty, for having not so particularly high opinions of my opponents. Like, his opponents apparently load up my, or someone loads up my VOD, me raging at someone, and then they run to the stewards and complain about me. What I say on my stream, not in their DMs or something. What the fuck is my PC anyway still blinging on about? Anyway, they complain about things they complain, and then the stewards come after me, and that has happened in a certain community. I'm actually still occasionally driving in. And it's like, the problem is that I didn't go to their DMs, and also, in context, I'm fucking pissed off with how shit my race so far went. So, and the worst thing I say is like, they're out of my league because they're like 2 seconds a lap slower and fighting me. I still need to get my way around them, don't get me wrong. It's my job. They don't need to move over for me. And I demand that, which is stupid. Or just let me look like an entitled asshole that I am in that moment, rather than actually taking actions against me. Because that's silly. And also coming to the running to some stewards instead of just telling me to my face what you want to do is really cowardly. And I really lose respect for people when they do shit like that. You have a problem to tell it to my face at that point. I'm way nicer than I might seem at times. People just talk to me. Because while I have degraded him as a rookie, I'm probably not wrong about this. And as I said when I came into the pits, in all honesty, I could have said much worse things. I hope he improves. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I mean, I need to somehow keep... While I'm talking about this, it's like, because I need to keep myself somehow busy. It's like, I'm no longer fighting for a race win. I'm just lapping here, while occasionally unlapping myself from people. It's equally hilarious and equally sad. It's like... Well, my fastest time is not particularly that great. I could do better, I could focus, but honestly it's just like... What's the point at this point anymore? Right, like, I don't need to push anymore for this. Could have won this race, and I can't anymore.
Car on the left. Fast car is approaching. Watch out. Clear on the left.
And just for reference, I'm pretty sure this guy let me by. Or at minimum didn't fight me much. Because this, if you want an example of how to let guys by, this, I mean, he stayed on the racing line, you probably are better off just moving over to make it easier, but hey, this worked. Not sure if he might have just gone slow because he noticed me going side by side with him, but well, it worked. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. Both cars exited the corner in one piece, and neither one lost particularly much time. It's a win-win. And the difference is, he really doesn't need to let me go. I'm a lap ahead. He's a lap ahead of me. I'm unlapping myself. In Blue Flag's case, yes, you don't need to move over to let people by, but you're not supposed to fight them.
Faster car approaching. Watch out.
Shut the fuck up. Really, you don't need to... On the case of unlapping, like, you can defend against them. It's technically legal. It's pointless, most of the time. There might be a point if they like, you know, they're slower, but like they're just going by you because they had a couple shit laps. But really, like, that might be an indication that they might be faster now. Potentially go faster now. So yeah, food for thought at times. By the way, on the topic of him, he's back. I mean, I don't know his first name. His last name is Lee. Although, I mean, his first name and last name are apparently all lowercase. But Mr. Lee, it's actually called by his name. Like, somebody got actually disqualified? Well, that's interesting. I guess they missed doing that drive-through. Yeah, we're about to lap him again. I mean, this is only now 1 point.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
I think in last part you just had a very bad accident of the previous corner there. Man, how much I'm bolting away from him. Also, that I've earlier referenced the comparison to saying like, oh, I'm blasting by him like an LMP2. Like, in saying that I don't have that power advantage, even though the pace isn't quite there. Was very much the exaggeration, as I immediately pointed out, but just thought of something else. Like, this is more like me when I'm driving the Lamborghini Rex. This is the guy that I'm usually matched with on pace. Although I think that's actually closer than that. This pace, I could probably easily beat him in the Rex. I would like to pat myself on the back, but the Rex is not that bad. Although, do you want to do 2.5 hours on the Rex? Well, it doesn't handle that badly. So, I mean, doing it isn't that much of a difficulty. It's just more of a question of like, well, do you want to drive 2.5 hours with a car that is kind of shit? That caps your maximum potential quite low. Well, if that describes you, then, well, let us introduce the Lamborghini Rex to you. man, my laps are terrible. I'm lapping so goddamn slowly. What is actually the other boat? It's the guy I'm catching up, it's the other boat driver. I hope he's doing alright. I mean, he's not lapping that quickly. I guess the boat is perhaps not that UV friendly as I said. I mean, he's like 3.6 laps behind me. Okay. Maybe not. Actually increasing the gap even. Oh yeah, right, you're fighting me for position. I forgot. I was like, why is he defending? Like, yes, I'm for position. I'm like multiple seconds faster than PLR, but like still, that's... But no, he's... Ooh, come on!
Clear on the right.
Oh, he's so much late on the throttle.
Gaining on the car, heading sector 1.
No shit, Sherlock. Oh god. Luckily he's giving room.
Clear on the left.
He's not doing stupid things with his defense. He might not be fast, but he is wise. Not taking chances, because in all honesty that was sloppy from me in terms of an overtake. Could do better for sure. I'm noticing we have quite a few more people now in front of our position. I guess either I rolled back up on them or they might have pitted already. I don't know. Either possibility is very possible. Yeah, yeah, definitely P8 in front of me. That's 2 minutes 38. That's an outlap. He has pitted. But that's too early for getting through with one more stop. So that position is easy to get, because he has to stop as well as me. Both have to stop still, so actually everyone has to stop still. But that explains why they've been thrown back, because they've just done their pit service. No! Oh, don't... Oh, I guess that guy only disconnected.
Faster car approaching. Watch out.
I guess... Oh, I thought I disconnected, but no, the guy in front of me got sent to the shadow realm there. Count front is not lapping slowly, he's lapping 30.9s. Okay, that's not that fast, but like... I'm lapping slow as fuck, so... It's not slow, that's metric. So I'm no longer lapping sub 30, so... Fuck me, what the hell was that? My driving is absolutely in the toilet. I'm going everywhere but not barely forward. My goodness. Great. Cost a lot of time. Oh, hi. Well,
Sometimes the car in front is second too.
you want a brief summary? Well, I started P2, took the lead at the opening, made a slight error and lost the lead, but was following the leader, and then about, what was it? Just under half an hour into the race, a back marker had spun over the crest of one of the crests. I'll tell you when we're there. And then just when I came over the crest, he started moving and I couldn't avoid him. And that sent me back to the pit lane for repairs. For a minute, just to repair the car. I didn't have a choice because I actually got a mechanical black flag for that, but meat bolt. So you can guess that was also the crest, by the way. I say I will gonna tell when we'll go over it, and then I tell it like half an hour later. We have 2 track cuts so far. All of them in like the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I mean I'm not going particularly fast anymore. I was lapping constantly under 29s in the beginning, so we got blown out. This has resulted in us not being able to do our one-stop strat that I wanted to do. Also, I'm lapping consistently relatively slow right now. We're barely catching up to the 2 cars that have pitted once so far, but they won't be able to get to the end. The 2.5 hour race would have needed to pit in about 7 minutes or so. If they wanted to, and they've been out of the pits for a bit. Yeah, the car's a bit nervous. Yeah, basically bad luck. Yeah. I don't know if the guy is still in the race. But he's not been going particularly fast. He's driving a Porsche. He doesn't seem to be the type that should be driving a Porsche.
Gaining on the car ahead is up to 3.
And yeah, so far not gone particularly too well, but we can still get easily into the top 10, top 5. Top 10 is basically guaranteed. Because P11 is a disqualified car, so I think we started with like 13 cars or something. I don't know why that guy is still in the server. They got disqualified. I guess he maybe rage quit and forgot that his game is still running. Not a problem. Well, I'm able to run down the guy in P5. I'm not able to run the guy down in P6. A bit annoying. He is on fresher tires, but I'm also making way too many mistakes. I mean, even my delta time isn't particularly that great. And I'm just like 2/10 again off when I should be lapping like half a second faster than me easily. Granted, these tires have about an hour now on them, but like, still, this should not be that much of an issue. Still should be doing better. Oh, fuck me, Jesus. What the hell was that? Oh well, that's the guy that was talking about not being able to close in. Well, he got curbed, I guess. And then I blow this chicane. Fuck. I don't know, my tires are just gone, I guess, now. It's just like said no and got packed up and left, I guess. I mean, I can hit in about, what, 18 minutes and I can run an hour till the end. Then I've run an hour on these tires, but I guess I have half an hour of fuel left in the car, so I guess I can like savor my last set of tires a bit, especially as I'm expecting temperatures to drop off. Because we are running with 2x time acceleration. The race starts at 4 PM. So we're probably gonna see the sun fully set. Actually, I can't turn the headlights on. Just turn on the low beams. And we have the daylight, driving lights. Usually already, like. But yeah, the car's a bit pointy as well. Oh, that's an interesting constellation. We have P6 in front of us, then P5, it will be P7. We have P6 in front of us, then P5, then and then P6, then P5, and then a lap ahead P4. Like P4 to P7 in one line, but they're not all in the same lap. Is someone lagging there? I mean, I was fast.
The car is exiting the pits, watch out.
They should be fine. Oh, I've unlocked myself once off this guy already.
Clear on the right.
I remember him. Yeah, he was very sensible in deciding that no, he's not gonna risk colliding with me. That's the Aston that has lost the position. Now we have to actually put the moves on McLaren, I guess. Although first I think unlap ourselves from P4. And then there's actually P3 right now in the pits. Yeah, this is slightly hilarious. Well, I guess P4 has also decided to coming into the pits now as wise. Which is good because, which is not particularly great because those guys are one stopping, clearly. Well, the guy in front of me is two stopping. Probably will finish like 2 laps behind the race leader. Very unfortunate. I'm really not happy about that outcome. Considering I got out qualified by him by 0.6 of a second. So yeah, that was no, not 0.6, 600ths of a second. 0.6 would be less, so less than a tenth.
Gaining on the car heading sector 1. The car is exiting the pits, watch out.
Oh hey, another boat. I knew there was one, but I didn't know there were 2 actually. Yeah, he's technically for position, practically he isn't. He's ahead of us on pit cycle. Because I have to do another pit stop. Oh, come on. You need to avoid the second curb there, and it's just like not particularly easy. Because the car has a tendency to overshoot the first part. And here it wants the wheel spin like crazy. Just maybe the boat could like move by the... Oh wait, there's a Porsche driver ahead that has a 30-second stop go. Although he's about 30 seconds ahead. And he's probably right now on the pit exit. Oh, that is actually the guy that I raced a month ago against. He has a 30-second stop go. Yeah, but I mean, gaining half a minute on him so I can actually fight him. Because he has to drive through the pit lane and stand for 30 seconds. I have to drive through the pit lane and stand for 30 seconds to do pit service. He has just to do a penalty. In all honesty, I should ready my pit stop plan for when in case I catch the guy in front, so I can just go on an undercut on him. I mean, it's still an hour 10. Don't like to having to just drive there with so much of the race remaining, because it's longer than I've run on this set of tires, and this set of tires is so done for. It's just not quite working anymore. This bird driver wasn't particularly fast either. He's wide, but I wasn't quite there. Ah, pain pecker. Not quite there to... Hello, car, why the fuck did you curb back on the first part? Brakes? We turn up for the race or what? Oh, this lap is just shambles because the car just suddenly is like, nope, not gonna work, nope, not gonna work. Fuck, you just work, for fuck's sakes, car. Like, look at this shit. I lost 2 seconds this lap because the car just went to shit suddenly. If I would pit now, I would nearly full fuel the car. Which isn't surprising, but like, it's still not great. Ah!
Sometimes the car in front is up too.
Hello, stay put. Stop oversteering like crazy. This is just pain and misery. I'm just not quite able to run that. McLaren down, for God's sake. Also, that McLaren might just do a splash and go at the end. But I think that's too tactically advanced for them. Because I definitely want a fresh set. I've been on this since 2-hour mark on this set. I'm not able to really match the guys in front. It's barely matching. The car's just not quite wanting to function. That guy's taking his liberty, sort of running wide and kicks quite a bit of sparks up. He's wide this time around. But I think he's gonna... No, he's not realized it.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
So, gone by him. Lost me, it's cost me still quite a bit of time. So I can't on. This means we can now run a bit before we need to pit. Also, this tells me a bit of what pressure I need to set my tires on. Oh god, my rear right is just completely collapsing into nothing. Tricky could go terribly wrong, what do you mean? Probably the overtake. Because yes, that's...
Faster car coming up behind you.
Oh, that's the race leader. How the fuck did he come suddenly up to us? He's gonna put us a lap. I guess I'm not a lap down right now. I guess I'm on the lead lap. But I mean, I'm definitely going off that. I have a bit of pride to like keep him past man.
Faster car is approaching.
Although I think my tires aren't particularly holding up anymore. But
There's a car leaving the pit lane, watch out.
Whoa, that McLaren. Holy shit. Luckily we weren't closer to him. Two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think I will just correct by 8 up my rear right. I think the 80 liters are about right still. It's gonna be a bit of a challenge to jump him for the pit stops, but not much of a choice really, do I? Where are you gonna go, boat?
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Man, I'm all over the place. Hello! Would you kindly please not kill me at random times? Oh, come on. I think I'm gonna come in at the end of this lap. The car's tried to murder me a few too many times for my liking at this point. Yeah, man, this is a red ride. So, in pits. If he's set. Although, do I want to repair the car? There's put 3 seconds worth of damage on it. Yeah, let's just do that as well. While we're at it. So, right, okay. That's what's most likely just causing errors. Then $111.5 liters burned in the stint. Right, okay. Off the jacks. Ready rolling. Back to P8 right now. Oh well, the Porsche drivers are now about 38 seconds up ahead, so I'm not gonna get that guy. He's laughing just a bit too quick. Oh great, the race leader is again 16 seconds behind me due to my pit stop. So I'm gonna go 2 laps down most likely before the end of this. My car should go faster now, but well, my lap first flyer wasn't particularly that quick. There doesn't seem to be that much more pace in there. Ah, pain. Thanks game for giving me the bounce there.
Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
A D for effort. But it's not like this is helping you at all. I was lapped last time around the 29 while you lapped the 32. There's no point in fighting me. Especially when you made it that easy to pass me, pass you. You made it relatively easy to pass him, and then just like suddenly like, hey, I can dive bomb this guy fast. Yeah, that was a misjudgment. Yeah, well. He had my back in these two corners when I stuck my nose up the inside. I will have his back when he decides to yeet it.
Gaining on the car ahead, acceptable. Well done, mate. You're so fast and slow.
trying to run as quick as I can. I'm pretty sure most cars in front of me are needing to stall pits. Being that, actually that Bentley in front of me actually doesn't need to. Because I think that's the Bentley, that blue Bentley that pitted very late. I think that guy doesn't have to, but I don't know why he's then right now in front of me. I don't think that's the same Bentley. Whatever. I think we have a case of mistaken identity with a boat. The Aston about 27 seconds in front of me. I need to pass him. He probably needs to pit still. The Porsche doesn't. Porsche is clear to the end. But we're making inroads on both the Bentley and the Aston in front, which those two positions would be enough to put us into the top 5. Also, I would expect people to sooner rather than later actually come in for the final stops, so at some point we should see also that McLaren pit, which he should come out roughly where we are. He can definitely not run till the end of the race. So we're definitely expecting him. Hopefully with how I'm running we should find him behind us. Yeah, actually, I mean I can see actually the McLaren right now behind me. He's running P3 right now. About 25 seconds behind me, but he has to still come into the pits and stop. Good final service. Because of how fast I'm driving, I should be coming out in front of him, but due to overtakes he might still have a chance here. Also, that Bentley now in front of us is not for position. That's someone that we have to lap again. Okay, the Aston in front, that was about half a minute in front. He's in the pits now. So that's one person less that we have to overtake. That boat looks very second-hand.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Thank you very much. Oh, woo!
On the left. Clear on the left.
That was too close for my liking. Objects in the mirror may appear further away than they actually are. actually, that is, I think, the Bentley that I was racing for position with. I think that is the Bentley. At least looks like that. It looks like. Yeah, that quarter is something. But yeah, I think that's the Bentley that I passed just before I came into the pits. The sun slowly sets. At least it doesn't blind you completely. So yeah, I think definitely I need to pass him for position. Sabrent, he probably will put up a bit more of a fight. Although how much of a point there is another one, because well, I'm going slightly quicker than him. Just slightly. About 2.5 seconds quicker. There isn't much you can do at that point to defend. Alright then. His tires must be very second-hand.
Clear on the left.
But yeah, there's just no chance when you're this much slower to really defend anymore. Oh yeah, the McLaren has just come out of the pit lane. Yeah, he's just coming out in front of us. Oh, that is painful. How the fuck was he able to keep in front of us? Like, I was lapping 29s consistently. He was in the 30s. Why the fuck did he suddenly, like, not lose that position? It must have been all the overtakes I had to do that made the difference here. 2 seconds, god damn it, 2 seconds. And he's on fresher tires obviously now. And he was equally quick as me in the previous stint, so Now we have a fight on our hands. He left the door wide open there. Now he's defending, he's noticing that I'm there. Okay.
Car on the left.
Your choice.
Clear on the left. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Not quite. I'm definitely putting on the pressure. Ah, bad exit from me. Couldn't profiteer there. Not cutting enough. A lot of wheel spin. Surely his tires are now up to temps. Couldn't get us good of an exit this time around. Are you going defensive?
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
That round he had a good run. Oh, I had to slightly lift there. Okay, you want to go defensive again?
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Gaining on the car ahead is number 3. Car on the left. Clear on the
Oh, come on, got a lot of wheel spin there.
car on the left. Clear on the left.
Really couldn't afford hitting that second curb. Ah, but we're past. Whew. So. And now we're missing out on the podium by about 30 seconds. Although it should have been less if that guy didn't get a stop go 30. Car nearly screwed me over in that overtake when it suddenly wanted to oversteer massively. It did that on lap 1, ironically enough, as well, and it nearly cost me the lead then. But I held on at that time. Till I eventually, like, I think missed it. Hit a curb and then tried to outbrake the leader into the second chicane, and then myself fucked it up there. So we have 2 back markers now in front. Oh, come on, that was very bad. My tire pressures are now in free fall due to the sunset. Oh well, they just have to hold another 20 minutes on. Oh wow, I didn't. I mean, yeah, my first stint, my laptops weren't that. They were quick, but they weren't like this quick. Second stint was slow, and my third stint now it's pretty quick.
Gaining on the car ahead in sector 1.
No!
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Sorry. What the fuck were you thinking? It's like, I know you were trying to get out of my way, but like, just commit to one side and I can deal with you. Luckily there are no penalties in this race. No, only signing the penalties off. So I don't have to worry about anything besides being sorry. There's just not much I can do about that. I have a feeling I just took quite a bit of aero damage from that one. Yeah, I feel like my car's bleeding time now. Luckily I have about 7 seconds to the car behind, so it's not like I'm engaged in panic mode or something. And I'm not getting the car in front, so it's like... And the thing is, he went right, then he decided to go left, and in the middle of that, so it wasn't the center of the track. So I became very quickly out of options. I wouldn't formulate it like that. Things just happen occasionally. Let's face it, I probably will not won this race today. Even when I led at some point. Finishing second, I think definitely that was on the cards today. Finishing on the lead lap in second. About with like 30 seconds behind the lead, I think it's a realistic where I should have finished. If I didn't get wrecked. That's what happens. I think also that Porsche driver is at this point not in the race anymore. I haven't seen him in a long time. And you'd usually end up seeing them. He's looking at that. They're taking everyone trying to take me out. Oh yeah, I can see. I wanted to say something like, nah, it's just... I'm like, nah, I cannot reason this any other way. Literally the universe trying to throw cars at me. Stop me. I have had worse days in terms of that. But surely this is not the best one. Yeah, I mean, it gave me the... It hasn't tried to screw me over particularly too much in my recovery drive. My car has tried a bit. Opponents have not really. Just in the recent minutes. And then... but like the taken out that hard is obviously a very large setback. To have to get meatballed. So I think my second time in a... No, I think it's not my second time in ACC race. I've for sure done it before. I think I've gotten before in a race meatballed. Not just the second time. I know one time I got in the closing laps at Suzuka in the wet conditions with my Porsche. The car just in the last stages of the race could not take 130R at all anymore and was just dying constantly. So I took quite some damage and then was a meatballed like with 2 laps to go, so I just decided, fuck it, I'm gonna finish the race. I'm gonna limp this shitbox around the kit track. It was multi-class also, so I was driving. I was so damaged I was about as fast as the GT4s. I was just limping around. That was fine. There's no pressure. Actually, I think there was pressure and I lost positions just in the end, but like, nah. I mean, I would have lost way more if I repaired it, so I continue on. I mean, I have a... I know back in 2019, I think, I drove in an IndyCar championship, and in their pre-season race, I had spun and ripped the front wing off the car. And I had decided, like, because it was like 2 laps to go or something, to just drive around Watkins Glen without a front wing. And just finish the race like that. They put after that into the rules that you can only, that you're not allowed to drive around the track with outer wings except if it's the closing laps. Like they were like, hold on, somebody actually did this. Let's... They didn't outlaw what I did, but they were like, please don't really do this. Like, the rules specifically allowed what I did, but like, you couldn't otherwise just continue driving around the track without front wing. I had another race mid-championship around Toronto. I ripped the suspension off the car twice before I retired it. Yeah, I sucked on the road courses a lot. I won an oval race. That is the most insane part. I won at Pocono. Oval was... there's an SRL Indy 250 race in May. The only issue is it is run in the worst time slot possible. On a Saturday during dinner time. So I won't be attending, but otherwise I would have loved to drive the IR18 because I had bought, when I bought the DLCs to do Daytona. I'll be doing Daytona in a week again. Just with P1 Gaming and driving an LMP3. But yeah, when I bought the DLCs for Daytona, I bought the entire content drop file Factor 2 for Q1 content drop pack, whatever they... Yeah, it's a weird name. Anyway, that's all the content that they released in the first quarter, and that included the M4, the LMP3, Daytona, and the IndyCar, the new IR18. So I decided something more. It was, I think. Whatever, I know this was the M4. Right. Well, I bought that. I would like to perhaps do some ovals. Because I'm not that great with single seaters, but oval racing is something that... I mean, in single seaters I'm probably also not that great, especially if you have to set up the car. But ovals in general, I'm not that shit at. I've times driven the Element 1. In NASCARs they can be quite tricky. Man, that car's a write-off. Another time that I'm lapping him. He's just trying to finish at this point. But yeah, unfortunately I can't do that one. But yeah, I'm gonna do Daytona in a week. So, 4 hours of Spa on Friday. And then I have a... what is it? I have a 24-hour race from Saturday to Sunday. We see how long that one lasts without a red flag. Yeah, that's... Let's hopefully not have that again. But it's still a bug in our Factor 2 that will probably not be fixed in the next year or so. So let's face it, we probably won't see anything in terms of this being resolved. I thought this race would finish actually in the dark, but like, I guess it gets dark very late here. I mean, I thought we had 2x time 2x time multiplication is 5 hours. And we started 4 PM. So obviously the race then finishes only at like 10 PM. Which in the European summer, and Zolder is not particularly, it's obviously in Belgium. So it's not like, not that, it's pretty northern. So you can actually get very long days there. I mean, the sun has set quite some time ago already, but like we still have afterglow, and ACC in general is quite bright. So how many laps do we have still? I think 3 more. The leader is only 2. I mean, I could drop behind the leader, but I want to finish only 1 lap behind, not 2. So I will just keep digging. Somebody's out of fuel. Although I think that's the same boat driver that has been crashing all the time, so I guess he's just visiting the pit lane again. I think he should be at this point quite acquainted with the pit entry. Sorry. Although there's no guarantee actually that he's acquainted with the pit entry. He might tow back the car sometimes. Nah, I think he always drove it back. So. And yeah, I actually think there's 2 laps actually still to go for the race leader. Except he waits, which he could very much do. I have enough fuel. I don't have to worry about running out of fuel before the end of this. And I think he's actually doing that because he dropped like 2 seconds to me over the previous lap, I think. So I think he might be just slowing down to not drive another lap. Which is fair enough, that makes my life a bit easier in terms of finishing this race. But I will... Oh yeah, right, he has fuel shortage. This makes perfect sense for him to wait up. Like, he has single stopped, so he doesn't have that much fuel left. Yeah, he doesn't need to gamble to do an extra lap. I mean, I would predict he probably has the fuel for that. Let's face it, we don't really need to gamble. Also, turns out he would have not actually done it. I was a bit over-enthusiastic. Because only I would have been able to start another lap. Not him, even if he would have pushed. But hey, I misjudged the time. Time apparently is not always on my side. Usually it isn't. I'm interested how my tiles look.
Alright, check it, right? Good job. You did the best.
And that was the last
Bring
one.
the car back.
Yeah, that guy did not finish, that took me out. He DNF'd about 58 laps ago. Which, considering we did only, the leader did 99, that is... Yeah, that's not particularly much he did. There were 13 starters actually, 1 got disqualified, 3 others did not finish. Right, let's just pull this guy up. Hello, wake up, keyboard. You're being awaited. Could I have my keyboard? Thank you. So, we want to check on tire sets. Right, tire set 3 was run the longest. With my long run set. Tire set 5, I think, was my race in set. If I know correctly. Tire set 5. Tire set 4 was what I started the race with. That has light graining on the front right. Tire set 3 has light graining on both front tires, but nothing on the rear where I really had issues. I didn't have really issues with my front. My front was working the entire time fine. The rear was just constantly dying. The rear right on my final race, on set 5, that one got quite, that got light graining on the right, and light graining on the front, right, but like, I guess that's fine, there wasn't enough temperature in there. Pad wear, I wore my brake pads down to 15.74 on the rear, and 19.53 on the front. I was using Type 1 pads for this race. So this is about as far as you want to take Type 1 pads. 3 hours, you don't want to particularly go much more than that. After 3 hours they start really fading. When you start having damaged pads and need to replace them. I don't know, how much is actually a full pad? I don't know which one you need to replace them. Oh, it doesn't. It still shows me the one pad to values. Right, okay. Well then. Somebody's apologized for dive bombing me. I don't think anybody did anything wrong besides the guy that took me out. So let me see, how much are these pads now? 29. So I wore on the rear through like 14 millimeters or something of pad. Or 13 millimeters of pad. Gone. That's still good. The discs were worn out by like about 2 millimeters or something. Discs easily hold up to this. Right. Oh well. Well then, let's exit the race. Right, okay, I have a few pings on this card. I got a ping over here as well. Right. Okay, as I said, next race is on Friday. I need to sign up for a qualifying session still for that one. I need to still get a quality session for that one. Right, but I also need to actually, you know what? I can start ACC again. Probably easier to just start it without VR mode because I want to just load a setup and adjust it briefly. Yeah. Although I think when I last did it, I think with R Factor 2 the game ran like absolute shit when running a game in non-VR mode when having VR open. But things like that, we'll just deal with that briefly. It'll be fine. Oh, yeah, this McLaren is a bit of work in progress right now. So, it's a bit work in progress. I'm gonna eventually deal with this. For now, we're just gonna start session. Oh, wrong track. Well, I'm not smart. Although it runs well. R-Factor 2 was running like absolute dog shit when I loaded it in non-VR mode. But this game, no problems whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, the car's fine. I mean, it is a work in progress. I only have one line on it. So that's... Then I've added the carbon fiber in certain areas back, because in the template you don't get the rear end actually in carbon fiber and the diffuser. Which is a bit annoying, in all honesty. But yeah, there's a bit more that I need to do. I need to put some design down. I mean, Muscles isn't captured, but like at the lower part on the side, definitely needs to do something needs to be done there, and I need to mirror stuff. Okay, well, we need. Where's our track? Spa. Okay. I don't know what the personal best is. It's 223 with McLaren. I'm pretty sure I went faster once than this. Well, let's just loot this track finally. I don't need to actually like drive. I just want to like. You mean for your rig? It's nice to hear. So. I mean, now I'm showing actually the setup of. Usually this isn't shown when I'm in VR because the menu is unloaded. But we need to put these type pads on the car, and I think about full fuel tank. I think for an hour is I think a bit less is needed, but like this is about right. I don't know about the. Actually, I should probably drive the car to get an idea if the setup is half right, but I also need to adjust for temperatures and all of that stuff. If I send him a setup, I need to adjust all of these things, because this guy's never driven an ACC. Oh, let's get back out of the game and actually load the track, the practice server, I think, in normal VR mode. Shortcut won't be taken, we need to actually load this in normal modes. Turns out we need to do this normal. Right. Okay. So. Well then. We need... actually their server. I got pinged in general chat. Oh. If we leave one-offs and asset and standard asset, of course, over there. Okay. They're gonna host some. And community's gonna host some. Standard AC events. To run Saturday, but I mean I'm doing a 24-hour race that day, so it's like I can't run. Oh well, we need the other discords, because I think I will just load their practice server if they have one. The sprint championship, we need the endurance info. Do you guys have a practice server? We'll launch very soon, okay? I guess. The practice server isn't set up yet. Oh, pain banker. We don't have practice out yet. So I will just use their values for the... I need to sign up for one of the qualifying sessions. They run 7 PM. How long is actually the qualifying? I need to actually open one of them. How long is it? And configuration. An hour actually only. So compared to the last event where we had like I think like 2 hours or something qualifying. And what was it? Barcelona, we had 2 hours of qualifying. It just like drove like an hour or something of just like hot lap of just practicing, and then like, okay, half an hour to go, let's just qualify quickly. That's funny. And it's 1900, so I need to like very quickly after dinner be there. But I guess I'm gonna at least sign up for the second one right now. I think first day first day is actually like first day might be bad for me time wise. This day might be better for me personally. Doesn't really matter, I can attend technically both. I just wanna like sign up for one of them so I don't forget about it. So I accidentally don't do it, right? Okay, we signed up for Qualy, now we're gonna like quickly just find the race, find the event configuration, when does the time multiplier 1600 restart, so we don't actually run into the night, we just run into sunset again. I think I'm getting slightly sick and tired of that. We have ambient temperature 25, weather randomness of 3, which I won't use, and cloud level of 0.6. Oh god, that might actually mean rain. With that much cloud level, you can often get rain. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we actually see rain then. Oh, that wouldn't be good. I don't. Weather randomness of 3 and I mean, yes, rain is not set on, but we're on the islands with like 0.6 cloud cover. It's like, ugh. Not good. 60% cloud cover, that's like just asking for downpour to come. Can I skip for fuck's sake, finally? Hello! Finally. Okay, yep. Weather and track conditions, but yeah, with 60%, it like enables me to turn on precipitation. Like, yeah, we know this is like warm. I don't know what the variability in terms of percent, the setting on the server translates to in percent, but I know it translates to something. Here it is. So, right, okay, we load it in. Wanna load our setup again. Gonna fuel up the... Oh wait, I didn't set... I think I set the... I mean, I'm still at 1500 with my settings, so that's great enough for us. That's good enough. So we're gonna put up 2 pads on the car. We don't actually want issues in this area. These settings should be fine with TC, ABS and all of this. All of this should be fine, I think. Although I think this is for even hotter temperature setup, this car. Right now. Because we only have like 33... I mean, it doesn't look that hot, but we have 33 degrees track temperature and 27 air. This is not cold. But I think the tire pressures are quite low, although this should all work out. Right, I think this is fine. We're just gonna need to do is... So I just want to do a few laps. And maybe need to adjust the seating position, honestly. Although I think I don't have that much room anymore in this cockpit. To adjust backwards or something. Hello, could I at least get straight or something? So let's just into the menu, view settings. Oh, these not adjusted at all. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move slightly back. Height wise, I think I'm feeling like a bit high, but I think that's with this car's design wise. I need to actually lower myself down really. Well, maybe a bit. Nah, I think this is fine. Laterals, okay, good. Fine. Okay. This setup is just such an easy one to have. Felt like I had a hole in that sock, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, you mean lower seating position in comparison to Bentley? Yes, we're lower to the ground, but like relative to in this cockpit, I was referring to like if I want to adjust the seating, the perspective down, because I opened the menu for view settings up to move myself slightly more backwards to so it's a bit more in line. Because this doesn't matter when you're like not playing in VR really, but in VR this quite matters. Because you want that like sort of that the steering wheel is in a similar position than it is in real life for you. Otherwise it feels quite weird. And you have from time to time just cars where this is wildly wrong, these settings, so you have to adjust them. Even in ACC they are sometimes like pretty bad settings. I mean, yeah, that's bad as R Factor 2, where you have in the M4 DTM car, where the viewport per default is in the headrest. Like, it is so far back that you're literally looking out of the headrest of the seat. It is that stupid, and I have no clue why the fuck they fucked that up so spectacularly. There's also some of the mods that yeah, I mean, when you're in the rig, not in the right position for sure, but like when you're driving on a flat screen, oftentimes you don't notice it if it's not too, like even those perspectives you're not quite noticing because you can't look around. The FOV is quite tight usually, so you can't really see much of like how wrong you are, and you don't have the depth perception, which obviously does a lot at that distance. So in VR, really, that's, for me personally, that's something that matters. Right, my lamp doesn't run particularly that great, but we mainly just need to set up car to see that the tire pressures are right. The tires get up to temperatures and everything. I don't need to prove anything. But yeah, I think I was right with like picking this car most likely. Like should have a pretty easy time getting used to this thing. Probably has a bit too much understeer frame even. It is very nice. The setup is very nice that I got. I definitely do not regret having driven the 6-hour race here before with someone else who gave me the set. Luckily this time around I know that I probably don't want Type 1 pads for such a long race. That's the UV mesh because the livery is half baked, so the only thing that is actually on the car that livery wise done is the is one stripe on one side. That one is done. I have to mirror it to the other side. Alright, it's just gone after midnight. I mean, I'm not particularly impressed by my own lap times. Like 2:22s, that's not great. What was I lapping with my... What is it again? Rex? I don't think I was that much slower with the Rex. And I think this is also an optimal track. I think I have my single player set up for optimal track. Yeah, I mean, didn't I go into the 21s with my Rex? And I'm just barely right now peaking into the 21s with this McLaren. So I don't know what's going on. I mean, I know that other people drag this car into... sub 20 category. Although I am on full fuel actually. I'm on 109 liters so for fuel. So there's that. That car was a bit slighter, but like it wasn't going that much slower. I'm not getting particularly close to that curb on the inside. Definitely can improve my run up with a roof. Up. Say the front tires are alright. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's getting late slowly. But I mean I can go briefly just switch into swingman. This is what the car looks provides. Hey, thank you. It's really nice you appreciate watching me. And get some rest, mate. I will briefly just set tire pressures and then I'm gone. So. Alright. Let's switch back to driving view. Right. Okay, we need to. I need this much. Right. Okay. Any issues with tires? Nope. Okay, bye. Oh, hi, Loic. Oh, what a timing. I'm currently finishing up this, just want to briefly load the setup up, trim the tire pressures in, so I can send it over to you. And also, this is not the finished livery. I have the UV map on there still. So, I was working on it and well, I'm just driving now with it. Just speed ran the delivery deadline. For which event? ERC? I'm guessing. Actually, I think ERC is in May, I think, deadline. Oh, you... Probably the delivery deadline for P1, isn't it? I mean, cargo's vroom. That's a large part of what you need to understand with this. Ah, GM Cup. Yeah, okay. Even Ben's livery for the LMP3. Because I know he was taking his time. But yeah, this setup is very controllable. I wouldn't say it drives quite like a 720S on this track, because you would drive a 720S in R Factor 2 very sideways. But it is very stable. It does understeer, I would say. But like it's not a dump truck to drive, and it doesn't do weird shit. It just goes places. I had a Skinner guy, he went missing in action, okay. So someone was supposed to make the GM Cup liveries, but they just vanished. When we needed him the most, he vanished. I see. Okay, well, I was packing up the stream. In general, I had already done the 2.5 hour race, which, spoiler alert, didn't go that great. I mean, I was leading at the start of the race. Took the lead from the guy that started just in front of me and Paul. That just out-qualified me. I took the lead and lost the lead and then got taken out by a backmarker. Was forced to repair. Was showing the meatball. I had to repair. And yeah, the setup is not even that understeer. You can completely take the roof easily flat. You just have the balls to stay on the throttle. Car doesn't do anything stupid. It may understeer a bit. Just the thing that most GT3s do up that hill. I don't think I've driven the C7R in AC. I know this car, I mean, I'm at the point with ACC, I was fairly quickly with ACC at the point where I was like, yeah, this does feel similar to RF2. Different but similar enough, most cars. So I'm into the 120, 220s finally. 120 would have be a bit insane at this circuit. Even Formula 1 cars can't do that. But I think oddly enough an LP2 drive is probably pretty similar to this in RF2. As weird as that sounds. Besides like the understeer up this hill. Although I think that's also similar. Yeah, I think the rear tires right is slightly off with tire pressure wise. Oh, my right side is really dipping when we're not on load on it. I really need an average value on this track to show how much tire fluctuation apparently there is per lap on the pressures. So. Rear right is low pressure. That's the only tire, and I'm probably just gonna bump that up and then send this up. Lovely, yeah. Probably something wrong with the delivery, isn't it? They want a different lumbar plate or something, isn't it? Pain packer. I've been there enough times. Oh. You forgot the Jason. Jason! 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 Isn't that a Heavy Rain reference? If I'm not mistaken. And I missed the curving, like, missed the apexes. It's like I'm avoiding them intentionally. Right, okay, tire pressures. Oh good, we're just gonna bump the rear right up. The rest should be fine. Right. Setup. Current setup, okay. Set this back to... Oh, I just noticed something. I did suffer some light graining on my front tires on this second run now. Maybe it's probably a better idea to close the brake ducts up, I guess. Although we are running quite low tire pressures. Maybe close the front brake ducts, I guess. But that would need to... That would require me to now adjust the tire pressures again for the front, and now I can just the rear rights and be fine. My life. So I guess I'm gonna do that, then just leave this for now, and gonna perhaps fix it another time, I guess. Safe. Okay. Keep correct tires. Correct all of these things. Okay. Back off the menu. Yeah. I mean, it's not. The thing with ACC doesn't. In VR doesn't show the menus, so I can just hide the menus. But it's currently delivery. A bit. A work in progress, I guess. Alright. Hey, can I exit the game, I guess? Maybe. Okay. Oh, I really want to leave the game. Yes, I want to leave the game this time around. Thank you very much. So. I'm done now. So. Hello, right-hand controller. Would you currently actually not go into the far beyond? That would be kindly appreciated. So, this here. Okay, so then. Right. Something that I was earlier going through, but you weren't there yet, was they are, as I mentioned, they are not hosting their qualifying on the same day as the race. They have a qualifying session on Wednesday and on Thursday at what was it, 7 p.m? Yeah, 7 p.m. our time. So it's a 1 hour qualifying session. And we can both attend both sessions if we want to. So you're just aware. I've signed up already for like Wednesday. But you can just enter as well on Wednesday. Like there's nothing, and you don't need to do anything special because they have to set the grid up manually anyway, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. There's been quite a few more signups at this point. I guess there's two GG4 cars now. Yay, there's 2 GG4s, I guess. I mean, you've been able to sign into my team, so I guess it shouldn't be like that difficult to go into the qualifying session. You would need to obviously find this like I said oh yeah, you're probably catching up. You're probably catching up, but like yeah, on SGP you would open the you have on the main page the communities, and then you have Sim Racing XP -SRXP. You press on them, and then you have all the events, and they have their endurance 4 hours of Spark, qualifying 1 GTC, then Qualy 1 GT4, Qualy 1 GT3. That's the one we want. And then you see like Wednesday, 27th of April, 7 p.m. 17 UTC. You have also then the Qualy 2, which are all hosted at 7 p.m. on the 28th of April. So all of that is fine. They all exist. You can also look when you open one of these events. To sign up, you pick the car that we're running. That's how it works. That's all needed. And you can check the event configuration to see like how long the practice session will be, how long the qualifying session will be. Hello, can I switch back to my event? How long qualifying is, what time of day, what day of the week as well, but like in-game day of the week. And then you can also scroll further down and see like the rule sets, the weather, and like which assists are allowed. Let me just check the actual race. Well, I want to check if a certain assists are actually available, that I would say. Auto steer is disabled, stability control is disabled. But you can run everything from ideal line, automatic pit limiter, automatic gears, auto clutch, automatic engine start, automatic wipers, and automatic headlights. Because one of the because you're looking at ACC like, oh, this is so like this is like so foreign to use. Like, it's not that different. It has a few more quirks. You have to pay attention to the tire pressures. You need to adjust them. But in the end of the day, driver's fault, for example, are like you can run them, but they obviously like ideal automatic gears, obviously not ideal. Auto clutch, everybody runs it besides me. Automatic pit limiter, you're not driving automatic in the pit lane. It just enables the pit limiter as soon as you cross the pit lane entry, but you still have to slow down. It's not one. The automatic engine start and stop, that one might actually be better than running it on manual even. Like that's how much that thing is in part good, because you need to, this is the one quirk with ACC really, you need to, when you pull into the pit box, to either serve like a stop-go penalty, in case you're front speed in the pit lane, you get 30-second stop-goes immediately, so yeah, that's fun. You need to, or if you just do pit service, you need to stop in the pit box and stop the engine. You can't have the engine running. And you don't service your car before you turn off the engine, so that's something. And you also need to start the engine back up once you take control of the car. Also, my trigger on my controller is very squeaky. Right. Yeah. Also, something that I noticed with the weather for the race, they have a cloud cover set to 60%. Yeah, but but as I said, like you need to turn the engine off right when you stop. When you to get the service, you need to have the engine stopped. So the trick that I'm doing is that I switch the engine off before I even come to a stop, which I don't do in RF2 because I can just stop and then pull the ignition. Also, you can in ACC, instead of switching off the ignition to kill the engine, you can just press the starter in for like 3 seconds and the engine starts dying. So you can leave the ignition on, because the ignition will only, if you switch the ignition on off, the ignition will only turn back on when you're fully stationary. It may take a second or so. I've tried around with it. If you have races where you have a mandatory pit stop without anything, which exists, then you need to come into the pits, stop in your pit box. The car will go up the jack, go down the jacks again, and you can drive away. It's literally like a 1 second stop. And then having the ignition, if you turn the car off with the ignition, the car will not come back to life for some reason. So it is a bit of a pain, but like it works. So I use starter all the time. But yeah, automatic engine is something that probably makes sense. In terms of buttons, like the normal allotment for an RF2 usually works. We have traction control, we have ABS, we have fuel maps. Even though you don't really need the fuel maps because the car, you just run full fuel map anyway. I mean, I tested the car just now with a full fuel tank. It lasts about an hour or 5, which is our stint timer anyway. Yeah, there's the stint timer of 3,900 seconds. That's the time that that's one of the things with ACC. You can set up the race to have stint times, so a driver can you can only drive so long before you have to come back into the pits to do service, or just drive through the pits. But usually you do service at that point. But yeah, you just, and that's how stint timers work. Which means you have to do like an hour. You do 4 stints for that race, so nobody can just like stretch a pit stop out of the car suddenly. Where's my car actually? While we're at it. It's a McLaren, so I need to search further down the list here. Well, yeah, setup doesn't really help you because you don't have a clue how to move them in. KTM. Oh yeah, right. I saved this 7th. Yeah, right. But everything is sorted after the. I'm dumb. Where's my? There it is. There it is. Export. Desktop. Okay, there it is. Good. Because I've written a setup tool for ACC. I've done that. Been there, done that. But yeah, I mean, we can. I don't know, if you'd have time on Monday evening, I might be around. I would like to explain to you things that you might like find scary. At the end of the day, it is car with wheels attached. It usually works. Right, I think I will call it at this point. It is just after midnight. I might just get sleep at this point. So, well. Okay, I will grab the setup on some other rig. But then, bye bye.